All right. So, Ms. Clavette? Denise? I want to know that the document that the motion that Nathan is going to read is also so if you confirm that, that would be good.
Nobody wants them. Yeah, well, that's the thing. You sit in the front row, I'd watch out for the petroleum projectiles.
One says it's Jeremy Miller.
Yeah. He's attracted to power. Yeah. Aren't we all? Maybe it's power. Hey, no problem.
Yes.
Get me behind me, so.
Yes, ma'am. I have it in mind.
I don't wish that on anybody. Probably not. According to, well, it's actually a public meeting, so I think they will record most of it. Put some money into refurbishing like ours.
Oh, yes, you are. Yes, no, I have you right. I have you down here, Mr. Burnett. I wrote it with the intro. Oh, there he is again. So I may actually have one of these. Did I get one last year? Okay, got it. Councilor Doyle is coming. So I will be calling the meeting to order in a couple of minutes. We're waiting for a councilor to arrive so that he can be present at the point of call to order. So please, he's in the parking lot now, so we know he's getting closer. So please bear with us, and again, sorry to interrupt your chatting among yourselves. Continue. Say again. Oh, a tardy. I'm afraid we're just lucky to have them show up. Because our meetings run for hours and hours, so that the pay rate they get works out to be about $1 an hour. And so, yes. That's right. And that's part of the reward. It's the fringe benefits that really count, right, Rick? I would like to call this meeting to order. Recognition of the members. I recognize Councilor Archer, Councilor Doyle, Councilor Copeland, Councilor Menthorn, Councilor Smart, and Councilor Johnston. Councilor Gay is absent, excused. He's had a family problem he has to attend to. If you would all please join the council in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The first item that I have is that Patrick Fox and Joseph Leverrier are going to be getting the Patriot Award. Andrew Kavanaugh, our GIS technician, who is, by the way, back now from deployment, is in the military reserve or guard, and he put Mr. Fox and Mr. Leverrier in for this award. The award will be presented by Mr. Peter Brunette, the Employer Outreach Coordinator for Maine, for the employer support of the Guard and Reserve. Mr. Brunette, would you please come forward? And yes, Andrew Kavanaugh, thank you for coming back. So, Mr. Fox and Mr. Leverrier, please step forward. Mr. Leverrier is actually in the building, but we have multiple meetings going on, and he is attending one of them.
Very good, Mr. Fox. Thank you very much for being here. And on behalf of the Department of Defense, whom I volunteer as representative of the DSGR, this is an employer
Next year, we'll make a date.
Next up is the consent agenda. Excuse me. Next up is public comment, and I think it's Mrs. Toomey who lives on Elm Street in Biddeford. So if you would please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Joanne Toomey, and I live on Elm Street, and I didn't write Biddeford because I didn't know if you'd let me speak or not.
We always allow you to speak.
That's very welcoming.
Mayor Toomey.
Thank you very much, former mayor. Tonight, I'm just the activist again, and I'm trying to live a quiet life, but when things like the Saco River Corridor come up, I can't stay home anymore. I can't sit by the wood stove. I have to come out. And I know tonight you don't see him standing right here next to me, but Bob Bollard is standing right here next to me because he was the greatest friend of the Saco River Corridor. As a matter of fact, Mayor Johnston, myself, and Wallace Nutting named the bridge on Pine Street in Saco after Mr. Bollard because he was a great voice for the Saco River. And if he knew what was happening right now, he'd be very sad. So I'm here to beg and plead, get on my knees if I have to tell you that this is a really, really bad idea. And the way it all happened without public input is terrible. And I really think that we need protection for that Saco River, our drinking water, the estuaries, the work that University of New England has done on that river. We want good development. We certainly do. But I was so impressed watching your workshop. I just somebody happened to put it on Facebook. And I watched with great respect for your elderly and talking about your budgets and talking about the increase that seniors get. I think, wow, I never hear that in Biddeford. That's so awesome. But with that is gentrification, and with development and trying to change our neighborhoods to something that drives us out is not a good thing. So we want good development. We want developers who aren't afraid to have to pay licenses and fees for the work that the Saco River Corridor Commission has done. And I can't tell you, these are volunteers. They're paid so little, and they do so much good. They're there because they care. There's no other work done in the state like they do. And so to change the regs, to have Biddeford want to set their own rules is a really bad idea. And I'm not saying that, I'm saying this as Joanne, the person, but Joanne, the mayor, will tell you that our planning board would never say no to anything that came into those rooms. The developers had red carpets. They came in, they got everything they wanted. We never said no, and that's what brought us to Merck. And that's what brought cancers and people dying. And people used to laugh at me when I used to come to these meetings and talk about Merck. We don't want that again. And now we've got riverfront, we've got water. Of course people are going to want to come. Of course they're going to want to develop. Who wouldn't want to come here and develop? But we want good development. We want people who will be committed to the people of Biddeford and Saco. I graduated from Thornton Academy, so that can't make me all bad, being the Biddeford mayor, right? And I have relatives that live in Saco that vote for you. I have lots and lots of friends in Saco that vote for you. So I feel comfortable in Saco because this is really where I started, and Thornton Academy was the school I graduated from, and I'm proud of that. So I'm begging and urging you. They drove the train, and they put you in the train without really having public discourse. I have a problem with that. And you know, Mr. Mayor, I was really proud of you when you asked Mr. Bennett, your rules, do you follow your rules like Saco? Do you have to have full disclosure and the council has to vote? Well, I'll tell you, when I was the mayor, there was nothing I could do I don't have that kind of power as mayor. You have to run through the council. The council is your government, is your voice of the people. They have to know what's going on. They have to vote yay or nay. So it's the whole process it's terrible. Changing the rules is terrible. The Saco River is our life. Water is our life. Thank you so much for allowing me these few minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, former Mayor Toomey. Next up, and I have to admit that I know the last name is Fortier. Is it David Fortier? Oh, okay. Mr. Fortier, would you please come forward and did you put your name on the, do you want to address the council in public comment? First of all, I want you to understand that we actually have a public hearing coming up. And so your comments could certainly be reserved for that rather than
I didn't
to do
know
it.
that's what I thought I was just signing in.
Oh,
but-
okay,
But
yeah.
the thing is, I do have something to say. We have
And
regulations.
so, excuse me, so would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is David Fortier. I live in Biddeford on Guinea Road.
Yeah, on Kinney Road, okay, I just had a hard time reading that word, I thought it was Crimea. So,
And I just want to say, I can say one thing is the river's very important, and regulations came about, it's difficult to make regulations, and regulations, once they're in place, should be adhered to, because, like I said, they're hard to get in place, and they're there for a reason. People worked hard to make those regulations, so adhere to them.
thank you very much, Mr. Fortier. So, the next item on the agenda is the, yes, ma'am. Yes, please come forward, state your name and address.
Hi. I'm probably in the same category as she is.
That's the podium, right? Yeah,
My name is Lynn Maravell. I live at 10 School Street. Okay, I'm
please.
talking to everybody, trying. I am also the chair of the Saco Greens. I am on the state steering committee for the Green Party. I'm also a national delegate of the United States Green Party. Anyway, I have been to some of these meetings about this development, and from what I understand, the way the rules are now, they can't build anything that can be seen from the river. That was what I was led to believe, but maybe that's wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't believe that's correct.
Something like that anyway. But it has a lot to do with getting rid of trees. I understand that, you know, people lose money if they can't have a view. You don't get as much taxes for the properties, like by a long shot. I looked at some real dumps that had water views, and they were paying over $6,000 a year for, you know, what somebody else might pay for somewhere else. So, you know, I understand people lose money if we don't have a water view. I also understand that downtown Saco is already maybe more than 75% tarred. We already have lost half of Main Street and are living in a 4-hour-a-day traffic jam. You know, that only has to do probably more with the development than it does with the river. But we can't really get rid of our regulations and expect to live well here. We need oxygen. We need clean water. We need not to have our bankings flopping into the water. We need exactly what has already been put into place and to keep it that way. But on a greater level, we need to continue to have these local regulations that protect this river, because at the state level, we're losing them. We currently have new appointees that have taken away fishing rights of the Penobscot Nation, that are affiliates of Nestle. They're corporate concerns, not even Maine corporate concerns, not even American corporate concerns, that don't want our regulations. If we lose the regulations here, we will not be protected by the state, because we're losing them everywhere. And we better hold dear to these things. We're already more than 75% asphalt from here to that water. We need to keep our regulations in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me, would you state your name again?
Lynn Maravell. I live
Lynn
across
Marvell.
the street.
She lives on School? Yeah. Thank you. So next up is the consent agenda. So do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda? Do I have a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Councilor Minthorn, seconded by Councilor Copeland. Are there any requests to remove an item from the consent agenda or comments associated with the consent agenda? To my right or to my left? So the motion is to accept the consent agenda. Councilor Archer?
Aye.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0. The next up is a public hearing associated with the Saco River Corridor Commission. Councilor Copeland, do you have a motion?
I do. The City of Biddeford has requested a change in the state law regarding the regulatory authority of the SRCC on the downtown areas of Saco and Biddeford. Language was submitted to Senator Susan DeChambeau from Biddeford for LR 2204, an act to eliminate permitting process redundancy in Saco and Biddeford's downtowns. The Saco City Council will hold a public hearing on the proposed legislation, LR 2204. Any further resolution will not be presented this evening, as we hope that the parties involved will work together to find a solution. Staff recommends approval. I move to open the public hearing.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Copeland, seconded by Councilor Archer. And before I go for the vote, I wanted to, well, let me say, are there any comments to my right? Are there any comments to my left?
What do you mean by comments?
On the motion, on the floor?
On the motion
the
to
public
open?
to
No.
hearing, yeah. So, hearing none, Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes.
Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Councilor Doyle. And Councilor Archer.
Yes.
The motion to open the public hearing passes 6-0. And before I start, I'd like to point out that Mr. Sutherland and I have not been a part of any official position taken by the City of Biddeford. The City of Saco has not taken an official position. I did send an email that pointed out the nature of this heavily industrialized area, section of the river, and the assets that the government of Saco brings to bear to manage this valuable city asset. In my email, I did not state, in my opinion, and for this, I apologize. My position is that the council should learn from community concerns. And so I'm going to say, without any further regard, if anyone would like to speak at this public hearing, raise your hand. Okay, excuse me.
I have some writings of people who've submitted.
I do, and I was going to enter those into the record at the end.
I'd like to read them publicly as well. Okay, so
You want to read all 22 pages?
I want to read, yes, all 22 pages, and then some.
And then some, okay. Great. And so let me just start off with somebody I immediately recognize. Ms. Hauser, would you step forward, please? And state your name and address for the record, once you actually reach the podium, that is.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Lift the, it's kind of
Is this better? Can you all hear me?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Speak clearly into the microphone.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to address you all this evening on this issue. My name is Dallin Hauser, and my address is Reservoir Hill Road in Parsonsfield.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. So I just would like to speak to a few points here, if I may. So, there are many reasons why the Saco River Corridor Commission and its rules are not redundant. First, the proposed legislation seeks to eliminate the regulatory authority of the commission from the downtown areas of Saco and Biddeford. due to claims from city leadership that the standards of the act are redundant. The other regulatory mechanisms that are mentioned that make the commission redundant according to city leadership is 1, shoreland zoning regulations, 2, approval of MSF4 water quality permitting, local comprehensive plans, protection through traditional downtown zoning and historic preservation overlay zones, DEP site law, Army Corps of Engineers oversight, and also the provision of both public water and sewer on both sides of the river. The regulatory mechanisms in place to protect the Saco River and the lands adjacent to the river mentioned above, except for the oversight by the Army Corps of Engineers, and in some cases the DEP, is carried out solely by the cities. This is an important point because removing the SRCC would eliminate one of the only other regulatory entities in place to provide proper checks and balances of the regulatory mechanisms in place right now in that area. Secondly, the regulation that is most closely mirrors the Saco River Corridor Act regulations are the DEP shoreland zoning standards. And though there are some similarities, there are many differences in shoreland zoning. And one of them being, for instance, that shoreland zoning only extends 250 feet from the water body, while the commission and the act, our jurisdictional authority extends 500 feet from the normal or mean high water line of the Saco, Ospey, or Little Ospey rivers, and up to 1,000 feet in the 100-year floodplain. So although there are some overlaps, there are major differences in these two regulations. And further of note, in 1995, when Saco and Biddeford tried to remove the commission from the entire portion of the estuary, of the tidal portion of the river, actually what occurred was instead the act was strengthened to require all uses to obtain a permit in the general development zone. This was not so before, with several uses not requiring a permit in this district. This amendment was made in order to allow for continued protection where there are exemptions which are granted to towns from mandatory shoreland zoning within the corridor. Removal of the SRCC review and the consequences of the relaxation of these standards currently in place should be a matter considered by the public and the proper decision makers. Third, thirdly, which I will mention.
Have these comments in electronic form,
Yes.
so you can get them to the city clerk.
Yes, absolutely. And I also have them here in written format as well that I'd like to provide.
Would you like to distribute them?
Yes, that would be wonderful.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Please do.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Or actually, give them to me, and so if you could, is this the same 22 pages that we got in email?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so everyone has a copy?
Yes, they do. They do.
Okay, and they will hear it. And Councilor Copeland has told me that she actually wants to read all of them aloud.
Well, Mr. Mayor, we do have hundreds of people watching online,
Well, I
and it's
understand that,
important.
yeah, but we also have a number of people who like to speak, and then we have a meeting that's going to last pretty long.
Yes, there were 22 items on the agenda today, and I didn't do that. So this is
understand
important,
that,
and
yeah.
we need to be heard.
Sure.
So,
Yeah. So if you could wrap up so we could get to that next person, because we certainly have a copy of all of these.
Sure. Okay, so I understand.
Put this, make this available. They will be in the minutes for anyone who wishes to go online and get a copy of the minutes after the clerk publishes our minutes.
I
Okay.
think she does have 3 minutes to speak, doesn't she?
She's completed over 3 minutes at this point. I've just let her go, so.
So I'll just wrap up. In conclusion, we are moving to make the necessary changes on a local level to some of our statutes. We would like time to continue to work with the cities, we have no interest in posing as a stumbling block for your development needs. We have every interest in working with you to achieve your desired development, and we have several mechanisms in place that will allow for that and allow for changes on a local level. We're holding a public hearing on March 5th at the Dayton Town Hall at 7 p.m. to discuss those changes. And we'll also extend written comment until the 16th. So I would definitely just recommend that anyone who is interested attend, submit written comment, and we will consider all of your comments. And again, the commission is willing to work with you. I had several other comments I was interested in just highlighting so that maybe Ms. Copeland doesn't have to read all of them.
I think she wants to read all of them.
Well, if I may, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Counselor.
if she would like to just boil it down to the salient points so that we don't have redundancy, I'm in favor of that, without reading them.
Without reading them. Ms. Hauser, please,
Okay.
please identify your salient contents. your
Yes,
comments.
absolutely. Okay. So I just will quote briefly from the chairperson, Elizabeth Jakowski's letter to you all today, who says that it's the strength of the Saco River Corridor Act that has restored the Saco River to the impressive example it is today. We can work together in a conscientious way to update our regulations to make development more accessible while continuing to protect the cleanliness and quality of the water. That is exactly what the Commission has already undertaken with its proposed changes. LR 2204's ill-considered language undermines responsible development, and its hurried introduction without proper public input shows contempt for the residents of Saco and Biddeford. Dan Hester, who is a commissioner for Hiram and who has also served on the board since the establishment of the commission in 1973, has some very good comments to be made. He says that while the three purposes of the Saco River Corridor Act that are listed in LR 2204 are essentially true, these are not the only purposes of this law. The three listed purposes are all concerned with the rightful and necessary need to protect the water quality of the Saco River system. But the purposes of the SRCA also include to control erosion, protect fish and wildlife populations, to limit the loss of life and damage to property from periodic floods, to prevent obstructions to navigation, overcrowding, and avoid the mixture of incompatible uses, and to protect the public health, safety, and general welfare. The SRCC will be unable to fulfill these purposes if an area of the corridor is exempted from regulation. An argument of the proponents for this legislation is that the rules, regulations, and processes of the existing Saco River Corridor Commission as envisioned in 1973 were established under the assumption that the downtowns of Saco and Biddeford were already built out. Again, quoting from the proposed legislation. Nowhere in the SRCA or in the founding studies and documents do we find support for this assumption. Having presided over the original public hearings to establish the district boundaries in Biddeford and Saco, I can assure you that the SRCA and the rules developed from the SRCA were expected to be used for management of development and redevelopment in the cities, as well as in the rest of the river shoreland areas. Okay, Mr. Hester then details a story of a flood that he experienced in Hiram and in 1987. He says, cute story, but there's a main point. Most of Main Street is not in the shoreland zone, and town of Hiram zoning of that time did not necessarily prohibit additional residential structures along that part of the street. But here, the floodplain clearly extends about 1,000 feet from the river, and the Saco River Corridor includes all of that part of the street. Even though there were and still are several vacant parcels along the part of Main Street, the SRCC told folks that this land is not suitable for residential development. Somebody could develop by using appropriate flood proofing, raising the flood above flood elevation, and taking other expensive measures. One household did build a garage in this area by having enough fill to raise the floor above flood level, but generally development in this area has been prohibited and impractical. I am sure there are flood-proof areas of Biddeford and Saco that may lie beyond the shoreland zone. For reasons explained in the SRCA purposes, I would want the SRCC to still have regulatory review of those areas and areas nearby. comments from Judy Ingram, representative for Parsonsfield. She states that in 1995, Saco and Biddeford attempted to remove the Saco Commission entirely from the estuary portion of the Saco River, but legislative foresight prevailed, and the act was strengthened to require all uses in the General Development District to obtain a permit. Vegetative buffers were recognized then as being critical for the health of estuaries, and in the 14 years since, impervious surface within the shoreland zone and surrounding watersheds have reduced and or eliminated those buffers. The Saco River estuary is a foraging stopover site for migratory fish, such as the endangered short-nosed sturgeon and the threatened Atlantic sturgeon. Fish move into the marsh at high tide, seeking food, shelter, and protection from predators. An estuary is an important nursery ground for larval fish. Many migratory birds use estuaries as resting and feeding places when they migrate, as well as vital nesting areas. Marshes are also habitats for aquatic plants and animals. Increased amounts of impervious surface within the shoreland zone and surrounding watersheds will have an adverse effect on this vital habitat. Deregulation of the Saco River Corridor Act and the relaxation of environmental protections that have been in place for 45 years will be detrimental to the Saco estuaries. I strongly urge the legislation LR 2204 be withdrawn. Comments from Sharon Martell, representative for Dayton on the commission. Commissioners are volunteers who spend many hours dedicated to ensuring the health of the rivers and lands in the Saco River Corridor, our drinking water reservoir. There are no ulterior motives, and they gain nothing other than the satisfaction of knowing that their efforts are directly related to the outstanding water quality of the Saco River and its tributaries, as the Maine state legislature intended when they created the Saco River Corridor Act in 1973. While more intense development along the shore in Saco and Biddeford could certainly be economically beneficial, how high at a cost to its residents and all of the residents in the corridor? Downstream is the estuary, an extremely sensitive habitat where 133 species of birds, 60 species of fish, and countless species of plants, 10 of which are listed as rare or threatened in Maine, have been observed. Many individuals and organizations also depend on the health of the estuary, from shellfish harvesters to marinas to tackle shops to fishermen, birders, and boat enthusiasts. Another good comment she made here was that the commission is made up of a whole host of qualified professionals, including lawyers, accountants, doctors, teachers, college professors, local business owners, water quality professionals, code enforcement officers, public works directors, town selectmen, and others. Okay.
But there are a number of people who would like to speak after you also.
Yes, I'm getting just think I'm right at the end here, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much. I'm representing quite a few folks who couldn't be here tonight. Let's see. Okay. The one more thing, just one more comment on behalf of Donna Hansen, who is a representative for Hollis on the commission. She states that, having worked in the tourism industry for 40 years, I am well aware of the importance of economic development. In my current role as an inbound group tour operator, I have brought 1 million visitors on motor coaches into the state. We bring much needed dollars to Maine's general fund, which in turn funds the programs needed to keep our state healthy, wealthy, and wise. In my position at the Convention and Visitors Bureau of Greater Portland, I worked hand in hand with state organizations, local police, fire, and safety committees to bring some of Maine's largest conventions to southern Maine. Whether you are building a park, a hotel, a condo, or a manufacturing plant, there is a fine line between build it and they will come and ruin it and they will not. The Saco River Corridor regulations are put in place for a reason. One needs only to look at the mistakes made along other rivers, places outside of Maine that are now struggling with massive cleanup problems. I urge you to discontinue your efforts to prevent the Saco River Corridor Commission from doing its job. Our standards were specifically written to prevent local towns from finding loopholes to meet their own local development goals. Okay.
Thank you very
That's
much,
all.
Ms. Hauser.
Yes, thank you.
So the next speaker will be Ms. Gay. Would you please step forward and state your name and address for the record?
Yes, quite a bit shorter. So my name's Sandra Gay. I live on Cumberland Ave in Saco. So I'm coming at this from a slightly different perspective, and I'm not here necessarily advocating for the specific language in the legislation that was before the council, and I absolutely appreciate what this council has been experiencing with this approach that's been taken. But I do want to discuss a slightly different aspect of the regulations with the council. So in my work, I work with municipalities, I work with developers, I work on all sides of this issue. I've spent time working at DEP in the Natural Resources Division for a short time. I think since 1973, when I believe
Bring the microphone down to your mouth.
is this better?
Better, yeah. There, better.
When the regulations first started, there's been a lot of changes. There's been a lot of changes at DEP regulations. There's been a lot of local changes. The MS4 program, which wasn't in place, has been in place now for a while. I am a little disturbed by comments that the local planning board, our city engineers, our city code enforcement, our DEP, our Fish and Wildlife, our Army Corps isn't doing a good job in reviewing applications and making sure that they comply with standards. My experience, I was 12 years on this planning board, is that that is not the case. So looking at this from a perspective of wanting to develop and redevelop some of the areas in Saco and Biddeford that are near the river and are in need of redevelopment. I think it's important for the council to understand what a developer goes through in order to get to that place. Pre-application, just getting materials together and getting it ready to go to the board is tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. There's a lot of pre-engineering that's done on site, there's environmental testing, there's all these things that happen before a developer even decides whether they want to go ahead and try a project or not. They meet with the city officials, they meet with the engineering department, the code enforcement, the city manager, they go to DEP, they go to Fish and Wildlife, they have everybody down at the site. There's a lot that goes into it before they start putting an application together. When they start working with the city, they have to make sure that all the regulations are being met, that with DEP, that all the regulations are being met, Army Corps, with everything, that all the regulations are being met, and that all goes into the application and part of the application. So, and this takes months, obviously. So my concern is that in this very small, already developed, industrialized area of the Saco River, where there are a lot of new regulations in place, and in fact, in the flood zone, there is a 100-year flood permitting process. Properties have to be elevated, they have to meet flood standards. That is in place in the city. So my concern is that attracting developers, keeping them interested, having the developers work with the municipalities, get to that point where they feel comfortable that they can move forward with an application, getting the support of the city, finding that they are falling in line with all these regulations, and then only to go to the Saco River Corridor Commission, who has very similar review regulations, different board, different body of people, looking at some of these regulations in a very discretionary manner, coming up with a different result than what this developer is being told in Saco. Now, in a lot of development up and down the river, that isn't a big issue. When you get into the in-town development and you want somebody to come in and redevelop properties that are for sale near the river, and they're investing tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars, that is a big issue. It's a very big issue for them. My comments are brief, but
And we'll add your letter to the record.
So my suggestion is actually, and again, I'm not here promoting specific language. There's obviously, the Saco River Corridor Commission does great things, and I'm not saying they should be left out of the process altogether. I would actually like to see them more as a peer review in this very limited, small section of the river, in the same way that the engineering department and the Fish and Wildlife Service and all of those other agencies review applications, comment, advise the planning board, be involved in the decision, but have one decision come out of this, and that's from the Saco Planning Board. So.
Thank you. All right, and I'd like to just remind the council that Attorney Gay was in fact counsel to the council. The counsel to the council, excuse me, on a recent appeals hearing from one of our commissions. So, and I thank you for that service in addition to all the other services.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that.
Next speaker, please, raise your hand. I'll pick one. Sir, step forward, state your name and address for the record. And I'm watching the clock.
Okay. My name is Daniel LeBlond. I live on Guinea Road in Biddeford.
Yes, sir.
I'm a member, vice president, and hatchery manager at Saco Salmon Restoration Alliance. Now, I'm not going to speak to you from a human standpoint, but from an interspecies standpoint. And recently, we've seen something go on in the Saco River that the Saco River Corridor Commission was designed to take care of. And that was the stripping of vegetation over the top of waste right down here at the Waters Project. Now, if the Saco River Corridor Commission had enough backing, enough funds, and enough people to cover what was going on, these people wouldn't have abrogated their responsibilities. The responsibilities were to vet the contractors correctly so that that type of thing wouldn't happen. They had permits, and I'm sure they violated the permits by doing that. For things like this to happen is a lack of oversight. And whoever was doing the oversight on that missed the mark. And I'm speaking not just like myself, for myself and for my club. It's a private club, nonprofit, and we do what the state's trying to do up in the north part of the state for someplace that's just out of their zone. And we do have salmon coming back. We have all kinds of fish coming up this fish ladder right here at Cataract Falls, here on the Saco side. The fish are still here, but it's a tenuous relationship. They used to come up here in the millions, and we're not at that point anymore. We're lucky to get 100 come up, and we work at it. I thank you for listening to me, and I'd like for you to consider keeping the Saco River Corridor Commission on task over here, but giving them the impetus to get more support and to get a bigger budget and be able to fight anyone who's got a lawyer that can beat them down in court. That's what's missing here. They need some help. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, yes, sir. Come forward, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Barry Noble. I live at 110 Main Street, and I am one of your Saco River Corridor Commissioners from Saco. And Mr. Mayor, Council, it's a pleasure to be here. Citizens as well. Well, I have 5 points that I wanted to go over. Some of them have already been hit, so I'll skip them, right? But one of the things that I wanted to talk about is this word redundancy.
Please speak into the microphone so that the television
Can everybody
audience...
hear me, or do I need to...
No, I'm talking about the television audience, Mr. Noble.
Okay, fine. I'll talk into the microphone. I do computer systems for a living, and I can tell you that redundancy is built into every single system where life or property is at stake. You go to the hospital, you think there's one doctor in the operating room? You think there's one nurse? You think there's one respirator? How about jumping out of an airplane? Would you do that with one parachute? How about scuba diving? Would you go down with one tank, one regulator? No. redundancy is part of every system, and the reason it's there is to procure the correct outcome. So when we talk about removing redundancy, what we're really talking about is lessening the probability of a successful outcome. That's the bottom line. We wouldn't take it out of your phone, we wouldn't take it off your CDs, we certainly wouldn't take it out of the operating room, and we shouldn't be taking it out of the regulatory mechanism, in my view. The other thing is, I want to talk about the waters, because normally I don't get involved. Dr. Rick is the lead out of Saco, but normally I don't get involved. But in the case of the waters, I felt it was I needed to come forward. And the reason is, I grew up at Biddeford Pool, and I fished from the time I was 12 out in the bay, and very familiar with the estuary for a long time, decades. In addition, I'm probably the youngest member of the American Textile Union, because at 15, I started working in the Pepperell Mills, in the textile department. So I'd fish in the morning and do second shift in the mills. Intimate knowledge of how those mills are constructed, where they're constructed, and so forth, years and years in maintenance. And so I had a little bit of knowledge of what the Waters Project was up against, and I thought my expertise probably would be of use in this particular instance. So I came forward and became active. First thing I noticed, right off the bat, was the value-add proposition. Now, it's true, and I saw Fish and Wildlife and DEP and Army Corps and code enforcement and ADA and on and on. But what I didn't see with that was I didn't see a coordination. I didn't see creative problem solving. What I saw was vertical silo, vertical silo, vertical silo, all doing their job. Don't misunderstand, okay? They're doing a fantastic job. But if you talk to DEP, for example, what you find is they're concerned with the structure of the seawall in this particular instance, right? So we have a 750-foot wall, 12 feet high, 12 feet above the water line now, proposed, made out of steel. That's what the Waters Project was proposing.
Again, sir, into the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
In
Appreciate that.
addition, if you could make some closing remarks.
I'll close when I get to the point of closing, yes. The point being that the Saco River Corridor Commission is the only body that looked out across all of the various requirements and said, do we have something here that's workable? You all sent me up the river in my boat. I took a photographic essay at low tide and high tide of that wall, of the proposed wall. The thing on the table was whether or not we had any kind of wetlands. Because if there's wetlands involved, what happens is it becomes much more difficult, much more difficult for the contractor. Wetland regulations are different. Through the photographic study, I came to the conclusion that wetlands were involved. What was happening was the wall was deteriorating and it looked like there were wetlands. So our effort was to expedite the applicant's position. We're not just standing there going, oh, no, you can't do this. Turns out other things. The University of Connecticut has done wall research. So has Seattle out in Washington for salmon. There are resources that can be tapped into to create a creative problem-solving type of environment. But the verticality, the vertical independent agencies don't do that. So it's up to us to reach out, if you will, across and talk to the marine biologists and say, hey, can we do something different than the steel wall? To talk to Bernie and say, Bernie, can you mix it up? Can we get some riprap? Can we get some concrete, granite blocks? Point being, Mr. Mayor, that there's a value add. Not only is there not just redundancy, there's value add. And to take the commission value add out of the process, in my view, would be extremely detrimental to the city of Saco. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noble. Thank you very much, Mr. Noble. And next, who would like to speak? Yes, sir. Come forward. Speak into the microphone and state your name and address.
Sure. I promise you'll have no trouble hearing me, Mr. Mayor. My name is Jared.
It's the audience at home.
Yeah, of course.
That's why the microphones.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. My name is Jeremy Miller. I live in Buxton, Maine, 13 CV Drive. So I am here speaking about the legislation LR 204. As I stated, I live in Buxton with my wife and 2 children. I graduated from the University of New England in 2003. Excuse my voice. I'm fighting a wicked cold, guys. I'm going to try to do this as concise as possible without redundancy, pun intended. So I graduated from the University of New England in 2003 with a double major in marine biology and environmental science. For the last 14 years, I've worked for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, at the Wells National Estuarine Research Reserve down in Wells, Maine. My primary responsibilities are to oversee our long-term environmental monitoring programs. I maintain a network of continuous monitoring stations throughout southern coastal Maine, including National Weather Service stations, tide gauges, and numerous water quality monitoring locations. I also work closely with federal and local partner agencies, including the Maine DEP Marine Division, Maine Department of Marine Resources, EPA Region 1, as well as a number of nonprofit and local universities and academic institutions to collect and analyze the exact data that feeds the science that helps to inform the type of regulations we're talking about tonight. For further context, I grew up on the Saco, starting in the 80s as a tourist up here visiting my grandparents in Old Orchard Beach. Some of my fondest memories of a child are catching striped bass on the Saco with my uncle and my grandfather. It really helped fuel my passion for the understanding and protecting these natural resources that I was enjoying so much as a child and I continue to enjoy today. I feel very lucky to be able to live in a community along the Saco River, bring my kids to the river and don't have any hesitation in letting them enter and swim for hours and play. And I don't have to worry about that because I know the clean water we're afforded here in Maine and specifically in the Saco River corridor, but that has not always been the case. The river has gone from a Class C system in the early to mid part of the 20th century, and this is an EPA river classification system that's been in place for quite a while, to a Class A system now that we're using as drinking water. That's a big change, and that was due largely in part to the monumental Clean Air and Clean Water Act, of course, but also to the work of the Saco River Corridor Commission that has been going on for the last 30 plus 40, 50 years now. Boy, we're getting old. So I will also add that I was a little bit shocked and discouraged by what I read in a recent email from the mayor of Saco to our elected officials. He seemed to infer that the dedicated and diverse group of commissioners that make up the Saco River Corridor Commission, volunteers, I may add you, including myself, are somehow incapable of understanding or comprehending the issues at hand, and apparently due to the fact that they live in rural communities. I thought that was pretty bizarre language and misinformed at very best. I do appreciate your apology today and accept it fully. So, I found in addition, this legislation appears to have been completely rushed through the process. I came tonight with the understanding that this was a joint piece of legislation between Saco and the city of Biddeford, but I'm now understanding that you poor folks are being caught in the middle of this a little bit, and I am sorry for that. So, but to the issue at hand, so I can wrap up as I'm already over my time. About redundancy, I will just quickly say that I disagree again. I think a lot of the zoning laws that are intact are there for a reason, and as Dalen and others have stated, the Shoreline Zoning Act does not cover what the Saco River Corridor Act, and that act was made additionally more powerful to protect this important resource. Given the dramatic increase in development in southern Maine, as well as within the corridor in recent years, I think these laws are all the more important right now as we watch our communities in southern Maine grow at alarming rates, my own included. We built a school in 2010 in Buxton, and we already don't have enough room for our students. So what do we do as taxpayers now? So this bill is trying to eliminate state legislation as to make it easier for the city to meet its visions of revitalized and developed downtowns while completely bypassing the SRCC and apparently their own community members. So I do not believe that any commissioners nor the staff at the SRCC, which is very few, it's amazing work they do with the staff that they have, 2 people, 3 in the summer. I don't think any of these people want to hinder the ability for our communities to grow or expand. However, this stuff has to be done in a manner that takes into consideration both short-term and long-term impacts to the Saco. The estuary that lies just downstream of these proposed sites is very important. It's a truly unique resource. We've already heard a little bit about that, so again, I won't be redundant, but I would like to provide the council, if I could, with a quick 2-pager that we created. I was lucky enough to work with the University of New England on the fisheries portion of the research that was done there. Sure. Do you folks have something similar, but this is a little different? So.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Working together, I just want to state just quickly, I have been informed that the Saco River Corridor Commission...
Excuse me, Mr. Miller, how many more minutes?
Just not even one, sir.
Not even one?
No, I got
Okay.
a final sentence right here. So I've heard the Saco River Corridor Commission is trying to work with the Biddeford and City Saco Council, so I hope you will be able to do that. I would recommend that the legislation be withdrawn and any issues related to the Saco River Corridor Act continue to be worked out on a local level to allow for the maximum protection of these resources. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak in front of you tonight. I do appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. Next, anyone wish to speak next? Yes, ma'am, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and speak into the microphone so the folks at home can hear.
Okay, hi. Sue Littlefield, Simpson Road, Saco.
Hi, Sue.
My only qualification is a lifelong appreciation for the river and always living near it. I think this is kind of a question of fairness. The corridor has been here for almost 50 years. Every landowner, all up through the river to Freiburg, has had to work with their restrictions, and it's benefited Biddeford and Saco. So now to ask everybody else to just let us do what we want to seems to be a little bit unfair. The people who live along the river don't always have resources to meet the requirements, but they do it anyway. So I don't see why we need to have sympathy for developers because I think they have the resources to work with the laws. So please support the Saco River Corridor Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Mrs. Littlefield. Mr. Roach, excuse me. Well, Mr. Roach, no, we'll let Mr. Roach wrap up. So, sir, Rick, if you want to come forward. Excuse me, I see another hand here too. You wish to? And another one, and another one, and another one. So, we'll start with
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. LaRue. Yes,
My name
please.
is Richard LaRue. I live at 20 North Street, Saco, Maine.
Thank you very much.
First of all, I have a colleague, and I think some other people may have come in. Mr. Mayor, I wondered if you could repeat your disclaimer that you gave earlier this at the very beginning. I'm not sure everybody heard your disclaimer regarding.
It will be in the minutes, Mr. LaRue.
Okay, perfect. All right, that's fine then. Thank you. So I have just 3 points. I try to do it that way because otherwise I'd talk forever. It surprises me a little that Biddeford really didn't care what Saco did. They still don't. They really don't. They invited the city of Saco to bail out. That shows you how much they care about us. You might want to give that some thought. The recent attitude was, hey, we don't need the Saco River Corridor Commission because we know what we're doing. In fact, I'm still appalled at the workshop last week when we had to listen for well over an hour from the city manager in Biddeford and then couldn't get comments because we ran out of time on the tape up here. So there were people that did not get any of their comments, including Dalen, because the time was out. So I was very disappointed with that. I think Saco's better than this. I think Biddeford right now has done the entire city of Biddeford harm. But if we fall into this too, we're going to do harm as well. There's absolutely no question about that. Now, would I like us to join in with Biddeford as long as they're going to play by the rules? I recently got cancer, and I'm working through it. Out there in that water, along that river, there are miles of that have been built up going out and back of brownfields. The Waters Project, it's a brownfield. There was a tannery there. Now, if we don't make any effort at all, and by the way, it's the Saco River Corridor Commission that took this upon themselves to push hard to ensure that we would have good water quality after that project was built. It's about time that we recognize that the city council doesn't have to know everything in order to partner with organizations like the Saco River Corridor Commission and make a serious difference. Now, I'd be embarrassed right now to be sitting here and not even know what Saco wants to do. I mean, but Biddeford doesn't care. They gave you a bailout. I read it the other day. They gave you a bailout. You don't have to go along with them. But it's our river. And if you're not going to take some responsibility for it, then you better look forward to having an organization like the Saco River Corridor Commission take responsibility for it. And if that means that they're going to ask for some things that need to be done that will keep that water clean or cleaner so that we do have salmon runs and so that we do have opportunities for people to swim in that water and boat in that water and live comfortably knowing that their kids will not be getting sick. That's what it's all about. And if a few buildings don't get built, well, that's just okay by me.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
LaRue. So let me then ask, sir, would you come forward and state your name and address for the record? You said you wanted to speak? Yes. I'm going to try to work my way back as I see new hands pop up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Richard Rames. I'm a member of the Biddeford Conservation Commission.
Would you state your address also?
Sure. I live at 10 West Loop Road in Biddeford, Shady Brook Farm. Dirt farmer. Proud. Anyway, our chair was here at the workshop last meeting, did not speak. He is speaking at the Biddeford City Council tonight and delivering much the same message that I'm seeking to deliver here on behalf of the Conservation Commission. I will say that I saw a brief part of that workshop session. I didn't watch all of Mr. Bennett's remarks, but I've spoken with him. He's attended 2 Conservation Commission meetings, and I'm pretty well aware of his position. One thing that I did notice in the 5 minutes of his remarks that I did watch was he was suggesting that Biddeford, talking about the millions of dollars that Biddeford had spent on water quality, the implication being, trust us. I'm old enough to remember that Biddeford, for years, after the federal government built our wastewater treatment plant, the city of Biddeford essentially didn't put any more investment into it. The only reason that Biddeford has spent this kind of money is because the EPA basically threatened to prosecute, and Biddeford is working under a consent agreement with the federal government. So I just present that as context. As I said, my name is Richard Rames. I'm a member of the Biddeford Conservation Commission. I'm here tonight to speak to LR 2204, the proposed legislative bill to exempt the downtown mill districts of Biddeford and Saco from the oversight of the Saco River Corridor Commission. Our commission is chartered to provide advice and guidance to the City Council, especially with regard to natural resources and our environment. Following the research, discussion, and vote by commissioners, I present our findings that this bill is ill-advised and should not be approved. Recognizing that the Saco River is one of the city's most, if not the most, valuable natural resource in terms of current and future development, historic and economic value, we suggest the city should receive the most legislative oversight and protection. In fact, a most recent edition of our local newspaper quotes that our city officials estimate the economic value of the river at $53 to $54 million. That value and future suggests strongly that protection is paramount. Future development in the mill districts and the downtown are best served by the Sauk River Corridor Commission, which studies and evaluates all aspects of proposed development and complements the jurisdiction of other agencies, such as the Department of Environmental Protection, the Army Corps of Engineers, local codes and enforcement, and surely not redundant, as suggested by this bill. I don't think it's just suggested, it states flatly that it's redundant. We do recognize that increased water quality of the river is a critical goal, and new development presents an opportunity, love that word, to replace outdated water treatment systems as well as address runoff issues. So new development is positive for many reasons apart from the economics and blight removal in this area of the cities. We recognize, and we hope that you do too, that the mill districts are the largest density and concentration of structures and non-vegetated lot coverage in the entire Saco River corridor of many miles as it winds south from the White Mountains in New Hampshire to this very estuary that borders the area. As such, projects require the utmost oversight due to both the complexity and the dimensions of it. An exemption granted by this bill would open the gates to other projects along the river and is precedent-setting at the very least. We also call your attention that this bill represents a form of deregulation by suggesting this area be exempted from the SRCC review and permitting. Our previous state administration, over the past 2 terms, advocated and implemented deregulation by cutting funding, removing environmental protections, and sending agencies and employees ducking for cover for fear of losing their jobs. Well, the new administration has signaled, perhaps, a turnaround with some new funding and regulatory initiatives. Why would they support an effort to deregulate like this bill proposes? The city of Biddeford, like Saco, still has mysteries with regard to previous downtown mill industries and the trails that they have left behind. We've already heard about that this evening. Demolition and new structures may unearth contaminants. In the case of the Waters Project in Saco, DEP had approved capping as an acceptable means of dealing with construction. SRCC has pushed the developer to perform more deep bore testing to determine what's below the surface. This is one valuable example of oversight and protection.
Excuse me, Mr. Rames?
Pardon me?
Can you wrap up anytime soon?
I'm doing my best, sir.
Okay. You've spoken well over 3 minutes, more like
It's
6.
a common failing of mine, and I apologize to this
I've
council.
heard of that, and that's why I'm quite
Yes.
frightened by
No,
how
no,
much longer you're going to run.
I take some small comfort in the fact that I am not alone in that regard this evening. So,
Yes, no, that's absolutely right. I really have allowed a lot of people to speak for a long period of time.
Mr. Mayor?
And this council will be in meeting.
I understand.
Very, very late, as you know, as a
I
former
understand,
Biddeford City Council.
And I, as a citizen of Biddeford,
Sure.
I apologize to the council of the city of Saco for the instigation of this very ill-advised proposal by representatives
Thank you.
of the city where I reside.
I would appreciate being able to call other speakers, too.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Simone, do you want the speaker to suspend?
I
Do
would,
you
su-
wish the speaker to suspend?
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that we have listened to the Biddeford mayor for quite a very long
We
time.
listened to Ms. Hauser quite a long time
Not
also.
near as long. I
I
see
think if we-
favoritism.
Can we have the speaker finish and not dialogue this? This
I
is
would
wasting more
appreciate that.
time than the
This is
speaker would have been
absolutely
done.
right. This Councilor Minthorn is absolutely correct. I would like to continue on with the speakers, and I would like all of the speakers to pay attention to the clock that's over there so that we can finish our meeting in a reasonable period of time. So if Mr. Reams, former
I
Councilor Reams,
appreciate
if
your
you could
indulgence. I only
thoughtfully...
have this much of the prepared
I
remarks to
appreciate
read.
that. Thank you. Continue.
I appreciate the opportunity to exercise my duty as delegated this evening. It has been suggested that the cost of the permitting process is a deterrent to prospective developers and multiple agencies. We suggest that this is usual and a customary expense of doing business, similar to the process of cost of securing funding. The homeowner, too, bears a similar expense for waterfront development, as we heard from Mrs. Littlefield. In summary, we feel in good conscience that the SRCC raises the bar, provides another layer of safety and protections for this incredible asset, the Saco River. We urge you to turn this boat around and withdraw the bill. Thank you very much for your kind
Thank
attention.
you very much, Mr. Reams. Next speaker is, let me select this lady here. And before you start, the clock is over there, and I just want to say, at the beginning of the workshop comments on the Saco River Corridor Commission proposed legislation, I stated I was restricting presentations to Mr. Bennett, Ms. Hauser, anyone Ms. Hauser wished to call, and Mr. Lambert. And I followed that so that after Mr. Bennett's presentation, Ms. Hauser spoke. And then after Mr. Lambert's presentation, Ms. Hauser spoke, and she elected not to have any additional speakers. As I also said, there would be a public hearing tonight, and that's what we're doing here. I find that permitting a public hearing on matters of interest to Saco citizens is a useful learning tool for the council. But if we keep running over, we have problems with getting all of the rest of the council business done. So please, madam, please speak into the microphone, state your name and address.
My name is Tony Karras, and I am Saco River Commissioner for Limerick. I am opposed to LR 2204, but I am not opposed to responsible development. I just have a few short comments. Number one, an overwhelming amount of research shows the importance of adequate vegetative buffers along waterways and its impact on water quality. It not only catches sediment and other pollutants, prevents erosion, attracts wildlife, but also helps maintain proper water temperature. It's no coincidence that many main organizations and agencies that have water protection as one of its goals identifies maintaining and restoring a substantial vegetative buffer as one of the most important ways to protect the water. Buffers are a main component of the Saco River Corridor Act. Number two, the Saco River Corridor Commission was developed not only to guide responsible new development, but to remedy past development errors. So when buildings were removed and future development would have to meet these current standards. Number three, the Saco River Corridor oversight allows for a comprehensive look at how development is occurring along the entire corridor and how it impacts the health of the river as a whole unit. No other regulation currently in place does that. And lastly, there has been an assumption from the supporters of this proposed legislation that when the Saco River Corridor Act was written, it did not include or should not have included Saco and Biddeford because they were fully developed with no expectations that the downtowns would change. However, the originators of the Saco River Corridor Act not only anticipated changes in these downtowns, but counted on it so that the problems with past development could be corrected. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. So who wants to be next? Somebody wants to be next? Madam, come forward. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Joy Chassey. I live at 53 Fieldstone Ridge in Cornish. And I'd like to just, I have a letter here from Rob Hurd, who is a commission member and also had submitted
So pay attention to
correspondence for this public hearing tonight. He has been on the commission for over 30 years and is also a member of the Southern Maine Planning and Development Commission. He's on the Planning Board and the Board of Selectmen for the town of Porter. He says he's fully sympathetic to the difficulty of complying with regulations that encumber economic development in the area of the state. He's also fully aware that development without regulation impacts our citizens through environmental degradation as well as potential incompatible land uses leading to loss of property value and quality of life. He's aware that times change, new information comes to light, new economic forces come into being, and people develop new ideas. For these reasons, as well as the fact that we live in a democratic society, the Saco River Corridor Commission, as well as many other organizations he has worked on, has mechanisms in place to respond to changing environmental, demographic, and economical factors. He recommends that the process that is in place to make required changes be allowed to unfold as designed. Hasty and poorly planned changes will adversely affect all of us. The Commission members from towns and cities throughout the watershed have worked diligently to both apply the law as written and, when necessary, review the law considering new circumstances and make positive changes. He would strongly urge that all parties join in an established process to consider if there is a need to amend the law, listen carefully to all voices, and working together to achieve a workable, fair changes to protect our communities, the environment, and the quality of the water in the Saco watershed.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Mr. Roach. Step forward and state your name and address for the record, whoever you are.
Kevin Roach, 18 Vines Road. Before the clock starts, just a point of order because I was late. 3 minutes for public, not the initial public comment, but there's a 3-minute rule on public comment on this. That wasn't introduced. That was because I never remember a time limit on public comment on an issue.
We've never had one.
And also, it's public comment. I definitely defer to anyone from, I'd say Biddeford, definitely, but usually the spirit of it is to allow Saco citizens to talk as long as I can. I offer that to Biddeford as well. And other speakers, maybe from other towns, have been fine too, but I'm just saying that I believe that was the history of public comment on issues, right?
I actually have allowed extensive comments. I haven't stopped people at 3 minutes.
Okay,
And
again, I came in.
And I haven't stopped people at redundancy.
Okay.
They should only be when they address the council, they should be trying to bring up a new
points,
new information, new points, rather than continually repeating previous speakers.
Okay. So I hope to bring you new.
But I haven't stopped that either. I've allowed a lot of redundancy. As Mr. Noble pointed out, redundancy is the heart of living.
Redundancy is fine. I live it at my home all the time. But anyway. So one redundant point I'll make, as I was here the prior week, and I'll make the same point. I don't think you need state legislation change. I think things can operate well the way they are now. Now, since that meeting last week, I've done some homework, more homework, so maybe more news. I think we all agree we have a common goal. We don't want to trash the environment. We want clean water, clean air. I think a show of hands will show that everyone agrees with that. But I took a tour with my son, who's, a lot of you know him, 14 years old. We took a tour of Saco Island, the old Merck site, and Gooch Street, and the corner of Water Elm. After that little tour, he says to me, "Wow, Saco Biddeford is disgusting." Let that sink in. Saco Biddeford, our youth, who saw every piece of property, said our cities, our joint cities, joint downtown is disgusting. I don't blame that on any organization. I blame that collectively on us, that we're not figuring out a way to beautify and make our urban downtown walkable. My son was also there for the dedication of the pedestrian bridge. If you remember that nice ceremony we all celebrated. Not much traffic going over that bridge. In fact, there's a lot of unseemly traffic that goes over there. Until we fix the downtown problems, it's going to continue that way. It was brought up earlier about developers, about not just here to please developers. Well, no one's going to come in if they don't know the ground rules. No one's going to come in. I checked. I don't know what the Biddeford issue specifically is. I've talked to the Biddeford mayor and through him the city administrator. I don't know what the specific development issue is, but it's their issue. They're the ones that are pushing this. But one part of the research I did do, going back to the Merck site, is that the Saco Corridor Commission rules haven't changed since 1973, and we want to keep it that way. Well, those rules also include waivers and exceptions and discussion and good relationships with developers and the governments of Saco and Biddeford and the River Corridor Commission. So as long as we're not at the Merck level, because Merck was approved. The mid-late 80s, Merck was approved. A trash incinerator. If you don't know what Merck is, a trash incinerator was built along our river. I mean, plague on everyone's houses. I wasn't here for that, but as long as we can not, and I don't want to say we don't get just to the level of a trash incinerator, but under the current rules of the River Corridor Commission, in waivers and discussion, we got to find a way to allow for whatever that development is that's citizens can use, and then my own son can be proud of and want to stay in this community after he goes to school. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Yes, ma'am, come forward. Speak into the microphone. State your name and address for the record. And there is a clock over to your left. Oh, it hasn't started yet.
My name is Christine Fort. My address is 149 Brown Street, Kennebunk, Maine, and I've been a professor at the University of New England in the Department of Environmental Studies for 20 years. I came to and gave some comments at the previous meeting, and I just had a few additional comments now. This I've already submitted electronically. It's the Saco Estuary Report, which represents 5 years of focused research by 9 to 10 PhD scientists and undergraduates studying the restoration of the Saco estuary and how far it's come from the days when the mill was more active. The documents that we have, the Sustaining Saco Estuary Report, is a summary made for managers and for decision makers about how the unique qualities of the Saco estuary and the condition of the estuary has improved based on the actions of what we call the stewardship network. And this dedicated stewardship network, which is described in the same report, members of that network include the work of the City of Saco, the City of Biddeford, and the Saco River Corridor Commission. Saco's leadership and considerable work improving and protecting water quality is a model that we indeed hold up to all the cities and towns in the Saco watershed. It's because of this perception of Saco as a leader and a role model for other communities that I'm concerned about the actions that could be perceived to weaken the Saco River Corridor Commission. Because Saco is such a leader and other communities look at the actions you've taken, if an action is taken that weakens the legislation, I'm concerned about kind of a snowball effect from that. I've been attending the Saco River Corridor Commission meetings as a neutral observer for the past 2 years because that's what I study. I study decision-making around water protection. I have found the group to be consistently respectful toward all applicants, amazingly so in some cases, very committed to helping applicants navigate the application process with amazing patience, and willing to work with developers and municipalities to support development that protects water quality in compliance with the law. 39 seconds. And that's mostly what I wanted to say. I've sat in and I study this. I've studied this in 3 states. I sit in on countless meetings just to observe how the process works, and those 3 qualities that I've observed with the commission. It seems to me that they are more than willing to meet people halfway. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. And I wish to tell you, Ms. Ford, that the council has received the electronic copy of your Saco River Estuarine Biology papers. Thank you. Who's next? Sir, come forward. Yes.
Rand Clark.
Wow, and perhaps, oh, excuse me. Is this your comments, or? Okay, you have this in electronic form?
I do, and I'll be
All right.
glad to send it.
So if you would please send it either to
Sure.
me or Mr. Sutherland so that we can make sure it gets
Sure.
in. And please, watch the time.
I'll do my best. I've tried to cut some of it out. My name is Rand, and my wife Susan Clark. We live in Dayton, Maine. We own property in Saco and in Biddeford. I'd just like to say that I think that the days of pitting business and opportunity and development against environment and quality of life are over. I believe there are many cases that prove that they can coexist very well. And one contributes to the other. I am in favor of the change. I would not be in favor of the change if I did not encounter problems. If it was all working, I wouldn't be in favor of the change. Saco is a good city that I believe can become a great city. Potential, however, does not equal results. We believe that the city, that Saco, having oversight of the river within its own boundaries, is important to the future development and enjoyment of the people of Saco, those investing in Saco, tourists of Saco, and the environment. When we purchased real estate in Saco, that was a vote of confidence in the city of Saco. That meant that we did the research and we saw an awful lot good here we're very in favor of. However, it was also a trust that the city of Saco would protect our investment and would allow us the freedom to use and develop our property and its potential in a mutually beneficial way, including the environment, the city, and the owners. We believe that the current process is not only redundant, but oppressive redundancy. If I was to use the model of a hotel or of a hospital, and the redundancy was similar, a lot of the patients would expire. We believe that the SRCC creates an often impossible series of nets that prevents reasonable enjoyment and is unnecessary in the case of cities like Biddeford and Saco that have code enforcement staffs and tremendous resource to oversee the environment and the river. Some have suggested that we continue with this redundancy. However, we believe that the repressive and oppressive redundancy is the problem. The city of Saco has shoreline zoning already. My understanding is that it's very similar to the Saco River Corridor regs. We have owned property in Saco for more than 10 years, and during that time we've worked closely with the city throughout various projects and various departments of the city, including code enforcement. We have found them to be competent, thorough, not a pushover, and also helpful, knowledgeable, and professional. They have access to the Maine Municipal Council and lots of other resources. The city has employed staff that are trained and experienced, and most have been in their positions for a number of years, which means they have lots of experience. I have found that their modus operandi is to lay out clear expectations, and once met, the work or project or permit is granted and the work is allowed to proceed. By contrast, I have found the SRCC to be polite and kind and approachable. However, they are a committee of 20 plus, made up almost 100% of volunteers that rotate off with at least several brand new members. I would like to ask what the length of service is for each of the members. It is interesting that there is a saying in business and in politics that when you don't know what to do or you do not wish to do anything at all, you, quote, send it to committee. While I'm not saying that that is the intent of the committee of 20 plus volunteers, it has been our experience and others that that can be the results. I served on a planning board and studied and took the initiative to get additional training, and yet after 3 years, I still felt that there was more that I did not know than that I did know. I am wondering how a volunteer committee can become experts to handle complicated issues in the cities like Biddeford and Saco, or compete in the resources that these cities have. Further, allowing cities with the resources to handle their own land areas would free up the Saco River Corridor Commission to handle the many miles of river remaining to give oversight to in the rural areas. They only meet once a month. They are located in Cornish. I know because my wife and I drove there. It would be difficult to have the kind of relationship with the SRCC that we have with the city of Saco, where we go into the office very regularly for help and to keep the different departments in the loop. The city of Saco is available 5 days a week and has many full-time employees available during the day to provide the answers and the oversight and resources needed. The SRCC meets once a month and has nowhere near the number of full-time employees as the cities of Biddeford and Saco. When we were there, we only witnessed 2, although there may be more. We believe that the regulations and codes exist for a good purpose, primarily for safety as well as the best development of communities in their respective cities, and it is our intent as we approach a project to submit and follow those. We approached the SRCC relative to pruning some trees to open up some water views, some limited water views. The work would benefit the neighborhood as well as the city and residents, tourists, and others who choose to walk the Riverwalk. After filling out an application, notifying abutters, giving measurements and diagrams, a written narrative of the desired pruning, we were asked to submit pictures, which we did. We requested the SRCC flag the branches so that what would be permitted to be removed would be sure to meet their satisfaction and everyone else's. We
excuse me, Mr. Hey.
Please ask him to sit down.
Richard
Excuse me,
LaRue was
would
one
you-
of them who came
would
to
you,
and looked at our
excuse me,
project.
but would you be able to wrap up,
Sure.
Mr. Clark?
In my opinion, the audience is a bit stacked, and a little bit from the other side would be appropriate.
That's true, and quite a bit of time has been used by the people who are oriented toward this. We can add it all up, but I'd like to just have you finish your
Happy to.
presentation.
Sure, be happy to. A lot of the details are in my notes, so I will skip over. Simply in summary, the process changed and changed and changed. It was an ever-escalating process of requesting more. As the date drew nearer that the branches of the trees would be flagged, the request continued for more and more and more things. And even after all of that, when the party came to flag the trees, I was told once they arrived, nope, there'll be no flagging of trees today because the committee has other things that they want. A whimsical, capricious process is unfair. Business and life requires openness, transparency, and clear process, consistency. Investment isn't attracted by ever-changing or improving or unclear process and things. So I just ask in summary, please get rid of the oppressive redundancy and allow the city of Saco to have oversight of its own land, its own area. I would say that nobody has more vested interests than those people who live there.
Thank you. Next, former Mayor Pylon. Would you state your name and address for the record and speak? And please, state your name and address for the record. And this is, I did not state it for the record.
Okay.
Okay, and speak into the microphone.
I'm Don Pylon. I live on Glen Haven Circle. Mr. Mayor, could you please read that disclaimer that you read at the beginning?
No. Would you finish your remarks?
Well, I may have, it's going to have a bearing on my comments.
Then please speak, because my disclaimer is in the minutes, and then that's easy enough to refer to.
Okay. What I've heard, and not just here today, but what I've heard at the State House, I was in a meeting at the State House last week, I heard that this bill that has been presented by Senator DeChambeau, but at the request of the city administrator in Biddeford. But I also heard that the city administrator in Saco and the city administrator in Biddeford had approached the state senator to submit this bill. And I was a little concerned that why would our city administrator and the city administrator in Biddeford go to the state senator and ask her to put this bill in? Now, doing a little research, the bill is still in the revisor's office. It hasn't come out. It's an LR, so the LD hasn't been assigned yet. And it would go before the Environmental and Resource Committee. So I'm thinking, who knows about this? Well, doing some phone calls and doing a little research, I find that the council in Saco doesn't know anything about this. That was my understanding. A lot of the members of the council was unaware that this bill was in the works. And then why would our city administrator try to circumvent the council? It would have had to go, in my opinion, go to the council, go to the mayor, be vetted here before it would go up to the State House. Why would someone do that? Well, I'm suspecting that it would go there because maybe Biddeford has a project and Saco has a project that they're trying to circumvent the process here locally by going right up to the State House with it. The council has to be vetted, you know, it has to be vetted here locally. And the city administrator has overstepped his authority by going into public policy. The city administrator's responsibility is running the city. It's not the public policy side. To me, we've been here before. It's not the city administrator's position or job to dictate public policy. It's these people's position to do public policy, run the city. Run the city. Keep your nose out of public policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, former Mayor Pylon. Next. Oh, yes, sir. Come forward, please. Speak into the microphone. State your name and address for the record. And there's a clock to the left.
Thank you. My name is Bruce Audie. My wife Karen and I live at 110 Lincoln Street.
Yes, sir.
I live on the Saco River. My grandchildren play in the river at my property. I'm very grateful for any and all measures that have kept the high quality of water that flows in the river. I wish to speak about a particular standard that is imposed by the Saco River Corridor Commission Act in the General Development District, which would include the area being reviewed by the council now. I will tell you that the standard that I object to is probably not one that you've considered, but it very much exists and was applied to my request for a Saco River Corridor permit. We own 110 Lincoln Street. It's in the zone that you're discussing. It's in Saco's R3 zone, which is a high-density district. At the time we went before the Corridor Commission, it was a 2.6-acre property, uncharacteristically large for the neighborhood. It's on the Saco River, about 8 buildings down from Elm Street. According to Saco lot size requirements, 110 Lincoln Street could support a 27-unit complex or 13 duplex houses, or it could support 14 single-family homes. I was simply looking to build my own home and a second home on more than 2 acres. In addition to what I mentioned before, City of Saco zoning allows 35 different permitted and conditional uses in the R3, where 110 Lincoln Street is. In the General Development District, the Saco River Corridor Act also would have allowed us to build a factory, an excavation pit, an oil storage facility, multi-unit residences, a restaurant, a store, supermarket, pharmacy, a hospital, or a drug clinic. However, Maine State Statute, Title 38, General Performance Standards in the Corridor Act state the minimum lot size for each residential dwelling unit is 40,000 square feet. That's almost an acre. And the minimum lot size for any principal commercial structure is 60,000 square feet. When we were applying for our permit, I was told by the previous executive director several times that it was generally thought that the 40,000 and 60,000 square foot requirements were not meant to apply in the General Development District. But as a result of law changes circa 1995, that standard is applied in the General Development District because it was left in. And because some law changes occurred that the SRCC did not, the Saco River Corridor Commission did not request or expect in 1995, the SRCC, or at least the past executive director, was reluctant to request a change in the minimum lot size requirements as it applies in the General Development District. If you go up and down 1,000 feet on either side of my house, there are 34 residential dwellings, 76 living units. I'm sure you're familiar with that density. It's the same as the density of dwellings anywhere within a stone throw of this building and downtown. Just as an example, there was recently a proposed project on Saco Island East proposing 85 residential units, a hotel, a restaurant, a rec center, a park, and 2 marinas on approximately 6 acres. I would submit that Title 38 would prohibit such development because of minimum lot size requirements. I don't agree that this sort of downtown development should be prohibited, but I believe that's what current law says. And whether that law has been or will be applied to Mill or Saco Island development, it was applied to me, just a lonely homeowner. I would be interested to hear interpretations that state that Title 38 standards do not apply to Mill and Saco Island development. I would submit that that lot size requirement in Title 38 should not apply to Biddeford-Saco downtown areas, for instance, between Cow Island and the railroad bridge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Audi. Are there any other speakers? Seeing none. Councillor Copeland, do you have a motion?
I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
A motion has been made to close the public hearing and seconded made by Councillor Copeland and seconded by Councillor Minthorn. Any comments to that motion to my right? Any to my left? Then let me just add for the minutes that I have received written comments and I'm asking the city clerk to include them. I'll send them to you electronically. They include 33 pages with a cover letter from the Executive Director of the Saco River Corridor Commission and one letter from Attorney Gay, Ms. Gay. So, Councillor Johnston? On the motion to close the public hearing?
Yes.
Councillor Smart?
Yes.
Councillor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councillor Copeland?
Yes.
Councillor Doyle?
Yes.
And Councillor Archer? Thank you very much. The motion passes 6-0. The public hearing is now closed. Councillor Archer, do you have a motion? Yes? Mr. Sutherland, can you answer that question?
Sorry, under the hours of operation, it says 8 to 11, but it's not a military time, it's not a morning, or it's not an AM time.
What?
Or does it start in AM and
Yeah,
end?
they don't have AM or PM on the, it just says 8 to 11.
The River Winds Farm Special Entertainment Permit,
That's a good,
the hours of operation?
that's a good question. Do you know the answer, Michelle? PM to 11 PM?
Rather than work on that assumption, I'd like to not get that motion from you. Let's move this to March 4th
Mr. Mayor,
and get that clarified.
I have a
Excuse
follow-up
me.
question.
Yes. I'm sorry, Councilor Johnston.
In that permit, it doesn't express the physical location of where this live music is playing. Am I correct?
It only states the address.
Right, and so the point being is that for those counselors that don't or are not aware of this, this particular property is under a contract zone. It's on the Loudon Road. It abuts Prentice Park, or very near to Prentice Park, and it states in that contract zone that they are allowed to have their events take place outside or inside. So I'm just concerned that we're going to have loud music and drunk people out at, I don't know,
In the out
8, 9
doors.
o'clock at night in a pretty rural area, which was also my concern when this was approved as a contract zone. So I'd just like that clarified as to if it's going to be in the interior structure of the barn, or are they going to be outdoors?
Mr.
addition
Sutherland,
to-
do you have that down? Yes, you do. Also, in the contract zone, they should be required to adhere to the good neighbor ordinances. Councilor Archer.
Yes, I also want to just look at, I'm reading that the permit expires February 24th, 2020, so does that mean this current permit expires February 24th, 2019? I do not want to hinder operations by no means, but yeah, this application just needs additional information. Is there a way to extend permits?
So,
They currently don't have, this is a new
Yeah, this is a-
application.
this is a
new one, okay.
They have a liquor license that allows,
That's where I'm getting confused.
yeah, so it's already approved by the state, so they already can legally serve.
This delay will not hinder operations, business operations?
Not their
that's right.
regular,
It states that this is a new application for a special entertainment permit.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got this confused with the liquor, which, how could I do that?
Any other comments to my left? Any other comments to my right? So this is, so I'm
And I'll
removing this
put it
from the,
forward.
I'm removing this from the agenda, and we're going to add it to the agenda for March 4th.
And I still support the motion, it needs to be clarified.
Thank you. So, and you still support the motion. Thank you. So that allows us to quickly go to Councilor Archer. Do you have a
Yes,
motion?
This one I don't have an issue with. The City of Saco adopts and enforces the National Electric Code as authorized by state law. Every 3 years, the model code is revised in a consensus process to reflect evolving technology and knowledge in the field of electrical installations. The city currently utilizes the 2014 edition of the National Electric Code, while the state of Maine adopted the 2017 edition with amendments. The city is proposing to adopt the same code edition as the state, along with the same amendments, as well as some Saco-specific amendments regulating hazardous installations and installation of high amperage services on residential properties. The Code Enforcement Department is planning a stakeholders meeting on February 12, 2019, when this proposal will be discussed. Any suggestions will be heard. Notice of this meeting has been sent to all electricians who have obtained an electrical permit in the city of Saco within the past 6 months. I move that the city of Saco hereby ordains and approves the first reading of the City Code of Ordinances adoption of electrical standards as Chapter 87, and further move to schedule a public hearing on March 4th, 2019.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Archer, seconded by Councilor Minthorn. Any discussion to my right?
Just quick amendment, is planning a stakeholders meeting on February 12th? I just caught that. How can we plan something that's in the past?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So the code enforcement
Department is planning a
plan-
stakeholders meeting
Yeah,
on February
So
12th.
perhaps you should state They did hold
They
it.
did.
Thank you.
So,
That, Mr. Lambert is here. Did you hold a stakeholders meeting on February 2nd?
Yes, we did.
12th, I mean.
February 12th.
So to clarify.
Did
yeah.
It was the
not
12th.
planning.
Yes.
Done.
So,
There were some suggestions that were made by some of the electricians there, so you'll probably get a revision of the proposed ordinance. It's not extensive, actually it shortens it up a bit, and it comes out of the National Electric Code appendix to replace some language that we wrote on our own.
any other comments to my right? Any comments to my left? You have anything to say, Mr. Sutherland? Mr. Lambert, anything?
All set.
Thank you very much. So, Counselor Archer?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Sorry.
Right?
Yes.
That was yes, okay. Counselor Copeland?
Yes.
Counselor Minthorn?
Yes.
And Counselor Smart?
Yes.
And Counselor Johnston?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Next, excuse me, I should have picked somebody. Counselor Archer, do you want to read another one?
Sure.
If so, then speak into your microphone.
Oh, I was. Is this the revision to City Code, Chapter 135?
Yes, it is.
Okay. In 2017, the City of Saco adopted rules to regulate the growing, cultivation, and distribution of medical marijuana in response to a growing concern that growing operations were being established in buildings and areas not designed for such use. In 2018, the state of Maine ratified the adult use of marijuana for non-medicinal purposes, recreational marijuana. The state legislature passed rules and laws governing the adult use of marijuana while at the same time revising the medical marijuana caregiver statutes. While reviewing the present ordinance, we also discovered that there was no fee schedule adopted as referenced in Section 135, Tax 7. Considering the changes in the law, city staff concluded that the existing ordinance regulating marijuana cultivation needed to be amended for the following reasons. Section 135, Tac 3, the revision here seeks to clarify that only parties who grow marijuana for other third parties need to register with the city. This change reflects that the growing and possessing a limited amount of marijuana for personal use has been made legal here in the state. Section 135, Tac 4, this change seeks to clarify growing for personal use versus growing for third parties. Growing for personal use is allowed in any residence, but the change clarifies that you cannot grow for third parties in residences. This clarification dovetails with current city zoning that allows growing in the I-1 and the I-2 zones, but prohibits it elsewhere. Subsection G is struck as not related to purposes and intentions of the particular section on permitted locations. Section 135, Tac 5, this change eliminates any penalty for growing in your own residence for personal use, but still requires those who grow for third parties to secure and have at all times a city license. Section 135, Tac 6, the first revision eliminates the need for an application and license for those who grow for their own use. The second revision is more in the nature of housekeeping, not substantive. I move that the City of Saco hereby ordains and approves the first reading of City Code of Ordinances revisions of Chapter 135, Cultivation and Distribution of Marijuana, and further move to schedule a public hearing on March 4th, 2019.
Second. I have a motion by Councilor Archer, seconded by Councilor Doyle on a revision to the City Code Chapter 135. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Then Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Councilor Minthorn, do you have a motion?
Yes, I do, Mayor. I would like to make a note that the title of this amendment has been edited since the agenda was posted. It's City of Saco Cable Television Ordinance, Chapter 78. Not 87, as was posted. It has been corrected for future meetings.
Thank you.
The current City of Saco Cable Television Ordinance does not provide enough detail for future negotiations with cable providers and should be modified to provide more detail. To move forward with negotiations, it's important to have an ordinance match the goals and needs of the City of Saco. I move to approve the first reading of Chapter 78-1, Cable Television, as amended, and set the public hearing for March 4th, 2019.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Minthorn and a second by Councilor Archer on modifying Chapter 78 cable television ordinance. Any comments to my left?
Yeah.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes, I just want to say that the Cable Television Committee has worked long and hard on getting this ready, and appreciate Tony's input, who was our consultant. He provided a great deal of information and expertise in this matter. I also want to make sure the public is aware that this ordinance does not impact any cable-provided internet services or telephone services, because we get that feedback from time to time.
Thank you. Any additional comments to my left? Any comments to my right? Seeing none. Councilor Archer. Councilor Doyle.
Yes.
Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
Yes.
Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Councilor Smart, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank
On
you.
January 14th, the city auditors presented a review of the city's finances, including a final total on the unassigned fund balance of the city. This unassigned fund balance came to 11.27% of the following year's budget. According to Chapter 15, Article 4 of the City Code, the unassigned fund balance should not exceed 10% of the following year's budget. With other uses already spoken for, $74,866 remains in surplus. This budget amendment appropriates the remaining surplus for items deemed appropriate by Chapter 15, Article 4. Be it ordered that the City Council approves the first reading of Budget Amendment Number 9, fiscal year 2019, and move to schedule a second and final reading for March 4th, 2019. I move to approve the order.
Second.
So I have a motion made by Councilor Smart, seconded by Councilor Doyle. Any comments to my right? Yes, Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to let the council know that I did email Kevin, City Administrator Sutherland, and an amount change. So $9,700 was designated for use for Saco Main Street for planters in the downtown. However, that needs to be amended to $11,558 if I'm remembering correctly from the email. But just FYI, that email is coming. We should see that amendment prior to the second and final reading.
Exactly right, sir. Any additional comments to my right? I see Mr. Sutherland wishes to make a remark.
And in order to accommodate that request for Saco Main Street, minor equipment is actually for Public Works to purchase. Initially was going to be 3 vehicles. We're instead just purchasing 2 with those monies. We didn't clarify in the write-up, and I just want the Public Works Director just to mention what it is we're
Mr.
purchasing.
Fox, if you could clarify the number of vehicles.
And what?
Yeah, originally when we discussed the 74,000, we talked about utilizing it for 3 vehicles, but as other needs were discussed and talked about, we sort of dropped that request down to just 2 used or leftover new vehicles, both for probably under 20,000 each, but so that should be able to accommodate that other change if needed too, as well.
Okay,
So just
and
two
as
vehicles.
needed, if it's needed, it will appear as an amendment before the second and final reading.
Yep.
Additional comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Minthorn.
Slightly off topic, but on topic. We have a ceiling on this at 10% in our charter.
That's right.
I would love to see a charter amendment raising that to at least 12, that if we're going to have a June referendum, or a June primary, which I'm surely confident we will, with 20,000 people running for the presidency or something, that will be, We're going to definitely probably have a June primary for something, and that being said, I'd like to see a charter amendment raising this to 12%, because as we move forward with the probable school construction several years out, our bond rating is going to have a tremendous impact on whatever funds are spent over and above what the state provides, and I think we should be positioning ourselves closer to the 16% reserve that's going to afford us the higher bond rating. Our neighbors up in South Portland are the only AAA rated community in the state, and that is because they have that higher ceiling level for the reserve account. Thank you.
So back along, I could say that as a councilor, I agreed with that. I think we're looking at the length of time to get it through our normal process. The only election that I know of in June is going to be the school budget. If we can fit it into that, I can see doing that.
Yep.
However, we can always have it in the November election.
Yeah.
So, any comments not toward any charter amendments, but associated with the motion on the floor, that is Budget Amendment number 9. Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. City Administrator, my question is, do you feel as though the 90 or 11,500 now is best appropriated this way, or would it be better appropriated through the downtown development TIF, freeing up these funds to be used on something that's not covered?
At this time, I don't believe the downtown development TIF has
Has enough.
resources for much of anything for fiscal year 19.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions to my left? Am I right? Seeing none, Councilor Archer.
Aye.
Councilor Doyle.
Yes.
Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0. Next up, Councilor Johnston, do you have a motion?
A credit enhancement agreement, CEA, for Ready Seafood is being presented for consideration. This application is for the credit enhancement that will be part of the TIF district application for Ready Seafood Company. The TIF district application is scheduled for final reading at tonight's council meeting. The TIF district application's terms are for 30 years with a capture rate of 100% of the increased assessed value of both real and personal property tax. This attached credit enhancement agreement follows the terms as outlined in the TIF district development program. Ready Seafood Company has asked for the triggering event, the valuation event at which tax increment financing payments are made by the city, to be lowered from $3 million to $1 million. This revision also requires an amendment to the TIF district development program to ensure that the triggering event in the downtown and the development program and credit enhancement agreement match. The credit enhancement agreement would be for 20 years with the following terms. In years 1 through 10, the company will receive 70% of the TIF revenues and the city will receive 30% of the TIF revenue. In years 11 through 20, Ready Seafood will receive 60% of the TIF revenue and the city will receive 40%. In any remaining years of the district, the city will receive 100% of the TIF revenue. The city will retain funds from TIF revenues to use for projects cost outlined in the development program. The CEA has been reviewed and recommended by the Economic Development Commission at the February 11th, 2019 meeting. It was first discussed at the City Council workshop on February 11th, 2019, with a recommendation to go to first reading at the City Council meeting scheduled on February 19th, 2019. The council order for this credit enhancement agreement is as follows. The city administrator is hereby authorized and directed to enter into a credit enhancement agreement with the Ready Seafood Company in substantially the form as presented to the City Council. Since this review draft of the CEA held at workshop on February 11th, City Councilor Johnston recommends instituting a cap of potentially $1.8 million over the terms of the credit enhancement. Staff supports the credit enhancement agreement and accompanying order. Staff supports the cap of potentially $1.8 million. I move to schedule a public hearing on March 4th, 2019 on the order regarding the approval of entering into a credit enhancement agreement between the City of Saco, Maine and Ready Seafood Company in substantially the form presented to the council.
Second.
So I have a motion made by Councilor Johnston and seconded by Councilor Doyle. And I know we're going to have some comments, and so I would like to ask Ms. Clavette if she would come forward. And so these questions will be for Mr. Sutherland and Ms. Clavette. Any questions to my left? Yes, Councilor Copeland. You have a question for Ms. Clavette?
I just would like some clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. Clarification on the credit enhancement agreement versus the TIF district. You'll have the
Right.
first reading right now that you're looking at is the credit enhancement agreement, which is basically a subset of the TIF district that you'll be working on approving later on in the next upcoming agenda items. And the credit enhancement agreement is an agreement specifically with Ready Seafood and for the certain terms. And then this evening, we're looking at potentially a cap, which will be discussed at your next meeting during the public hearing.
Thank you. That was just on the agenda item. It wasn't crystal clear. Thank you for that
You're
clarity.
very welcome.
Anything to add, Mr. Sutherland? Thank you. Any other comments to my left? Any comments to my right? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Councilor Archer?
Aye.
And Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
And Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0. Councilor Copeland, do you have a motion?
I do. It's regarding the final reading amendment to fee schedule for Parks and Recreation for fiscal year 2019. The background is that the City Council establishes and approves all fees and charges required by ordinances or policies in the City of Saco. This includes permits, licenses, approvals, and applications, as well as fees and charges collected by the City of Saco that are authorized by state law or require the city to set the amounts of such fees and charges. The council may establish any new fees or charges that the council deems necessary or appropriate to offset the cost of operating programs, delivering services, or administering any ordinances or policies. Those fees shall be included in the fee schedule and updated on an as-needed basis. With the increase in the state's minimum wage, it will be necessary to increase some summer camp program fees to cover the increased expenses. City staff recommends the council approve the changes to the fee schedule. Be it ordered that the City Council approve the amended Appendix C fee schedule for fiscal year 2019. I move to approve the order.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor. So the motion to amend the fee schedule for Parks and Rec for fiscal year 2019 has been made by Councilor Copeland and seconded by Councilor Minthorn. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Oh, excuse me, Councilor Copeland.
Just very quickly want to say how appreciative we are of our Saco Parks and Rec staff, and it's a great program. It supports our community with the children and the seniors and everybody, and it's just fantastic. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you. Any additional comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0. The fee schedule is now implemented. Next. Oh, Councilor Doyle, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Final reading credit enhancement agreement between the City of Saco, Maine and Nickel Precision Group, LLC. The council held a public hearing on this item on February 4th, 2019, with no public comment. Staff had previously provided background information for the workshop and first reading. Council order is as follows. The city administrator is hereby authorized and directed to enter into a credit enhancement agreement with Nickel Precision Group, LLC, in substantially the form as presented to the City Council. Staff supports this credit enhancement agreement and accompanying order. I move that the city administrator is hereby authorized and directed to enter into a credit enhancement agreement with the Nickel Precision Group, LLC, in substantially the form as presented to the City Council.
Second.
So I have a motion made by Councilor Doyle and seconded by Councilor Minthorn to create a credit enhancement agreement between the City of Saco and Nickel Precision Group. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
And Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0, and the city administrator is now authorized to enter into a credit enhancement agreement. Councilor Johnston, do you have a motion?
City Council has held a public hearing on this item on February 4th, 2019, with no public comment, and staff has previously provided background information for the workshop and first reading. This application proposes a new TIF district in the city on tax map 64, Lot 12. The proposal is for the city to capture 100% of the assessed valuation of real and personal property with terms of a credit enhancement agreement written into the application. This TIF application is written with a triggering event of $3 million, meaning that the company will start to receive TIF payments from the city in the tax year that has increased assessed valuation of $3 million occurs. As part of the City Council's approval process, Ready Seafood has requested an amendment be made to reduce TIF triggering event to $1 million. This will not alter the terms, percentage, or any other portion of the TIF district application. Rather, it will only change when payments will start to be made to the company. Staff supports the TIF district application and accompanying council order. I move to waive the reading of and enter into the minutes as if read the order regarding the Ready Seafood Company Municipal Development and Tax Incremental Financing District Development Program, and further move to approve the order regarding the Ready Seafood Company Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District Development Program, and to amend the development program to lower the triggering event from the $3 million to $1 million of increased assessed value in the district.
Second.
So I heard Councilor Minthorn. So I have a motion by Councilor Johnston, seconded by Councilor Minthorn, to create an order for the development of a TIF district associated with Ready Seafood. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
And Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0. We will be creating a TIF district associated with Ready Seafood. Councilor Archer, do you have a motion?
Yes, the council held a public hearing on this item on February 4th, 2019. There was no public comment at that hearing. Staff previously provided background information for the workshop and the first reading. I move to waive the reading of and enter into the minutes as if read the order regarding the Second Amendment to Industrial Park Road, AKA First Light, Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District Development Program, District Number 1, to be renamed 77 Industrial Park Road Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District. I move to approve the order regarding the Second Amendment to the Industrial Park Road, AKA First Light, Municipal Tax Development and Tax Increment Financing District Development Program, District 1, to be renamed 77 Industrial Park Road Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District.
Second.
Excuse me, he has an additional part of his motion.
You already read it.
You already read it.
Oh, I'm sorry, he
We did
read
them both.
that, I was following on to the 72nd. Oh, all right, so he did read that. And it was seconded by Councilor Doyle. So a motion has been made creating a Second Amendment to the Industrial Park Road, AKA First Light Development and Tax Increment Financing District. Motion was made by Councilor Archer, seconded by Councilor Doyle. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none, Councilor Archer.
Aye.
Councilor Doyle.
Yes.
Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0. We will now amend that TIF. Next is Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council held a public hearing on this item on February 4th, 2019, where one member of the public spoke about the city's FOIA requirements in general. Staff had provided background information about this amendment for the workshop and first reading. Staff supports this TIF amendment application and accompanying council order. I move to waive the reading of and enter into the minutes as if read the order regarding the First Amendment to Industrial Park Road Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District Development Program, District Number 5, to be renamed Industrial Park Road Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District, and further move to approve the order regarding the First Amendment to Industrial Park Road Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District Development Program, District Number 5, to be renamed Industrial Park Road Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District.
Second.
A motion has been made by Councilor Doyle, seconded by Councilor Minthorn, regarding the First Amendment to the Industrial Park Road Municipal Development Tax Increment Financing, known as District 5, which will then be renamed the Industrial Park Road Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Councilor Doyle, do you have another motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Final reading. Staff had previously provided background information for the workshop and first reading. The council held a public hearing on February 4th, 2019, and no members of the public spoke about the amendment. Staff supports this TIF amendment application and accompanying council order. I move to waive the reading of and enter into the minutes as if read the order regarding the Second Amendment to Spring Hill Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District Development Program, District Number 7, to be renamed Spring Hill Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District, and further move to approve the order regarding the second amendment to Spring Hill Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District Development Program, District Number 7, to be renamed Spring Hill Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Doyle and seconded by Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
By Councilor Minthorn. On an order to create a second amendment to the Spring Hill Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District and to rename that Spring Hill Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Archer. Aye. Councilor Doyle.
Yes.
Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes.
And Councilor Smart.
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0. That TIF will now be amended. Next is Councilor Copeland.
The council held a public hearing on this item February 4th, 2019, but received no public comment. Staff previously provided background information at the workshop and first reading. Staff supports this. We're talking about a final reading of order regarding Second Amendment to Franklin Fuels Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District Development Program, District Number 8, to be renamed 34 Spring Hill Road Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District. I move to waive the reading of and enter into the minutes as if read the order regarding the Second Amendment to Franklin Fuels Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District Development Program, District Number 8, to be renamed 34 Spring Hill Road Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District. I further move to approve the order regarding the Second Amendment to Franklin Fuels Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District Development Program, District Number 8, to be renamed 34 Spring Hill Road Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilor Copeland, seconded by Councilor Minthorn, on an order regarding the Second Amendment to the Franklin Fuels Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District, which will be, by this action, renamed the 34 Spring Hill Road Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Archer.
Aye.
And Councilor Doyle. Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
This motion passes 6-0. The order is now to be effected. Next is Councilor Minthorn.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council held a public hearing on this item on February 4th, 2019, but received no public comment. Staff has provided background information about the item for the workshop and the first reading. I move to waive the reading of and enter into the minutes as if read the order regarding the Second Amendment to Park North Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District Development Program, District Number 9, to be renamed Park North Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District, and further move to approve the order regarding the Second Amendment to Park North Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District Development Program, District Number 9, to be renamed Park North Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District.
Second.
So I have a motion made by Councilor Minthorn, seconded by Councilor Doyle, on an order regarding the Second Amendment to the Park North Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Archer.
Aye.
And Councilor Doyle.
Yes.
Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0. The order regarding the amendment to the Park North Municipal District and TIF Tax Increment Financing District is now in force. Next, Councilor Smart.
Thank you,
Have a
Mr.
motion?
Mayor. Staff provided background information at City Council's workshop and first reading. The council held a public hearing on this item on February 4th, 2019, but did not receive any public comments on the matter. Before I read the suggested motions, I just want to double check that this should read Millbrook Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District. Is that correct?
Excuse me,
Can you repeat the question?
I believe that in the suggested motions, the word municipal was omitted after omnibus. I just want to double check that that's correct. That it should be Millbrook Omnibus Municipal Development.
Development and tax.
To be renamed Millbrook Omnibus
No, I don't believe it.
Development.
Well, Ms.
That's-
Clavette, would you come forward and clarify that you have purposefully excluded the word municipal from the renaming to Millbrook Omnibus Development Tax Increment Financing District?
It should state municipal.
Thank you. In that case, I move to waive the reading of and enter into the minutes as if read the order regarding the Second Amendment to Maine Molecular Quality Control Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District Development Program, District Number 14, to be renamed Millbrook Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District. I further move to approve the order regarding the Second Amendment to Maine Molecular Quality Controls Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District Development Program, District Number 14, to be renamed Millbrook Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District.
Second.
So I have a motion made by Councilor Smart and seconded by Councilor Johnston, with a correction in clarifying the title to match what the actual title shall be. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. The order regarding the Second Amendment to the Maine Molecular Quality Control Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District Development Program is now, among other changes, to be renamed the Millbrook Omnibus Municipal Development Tax Increment Financing District. Thank you. Next is Councilor Johnston.
The City Council held a public hearing on this item on February 4th, 2019. No members of the public spoke about this amendment application. Staff has provided background information about this item from the council's workshop and first reading. Staff supports this TIF amendment application and accompanying council order. I move to waive the reading of and enter into the minutes as if read the order regarding the First Amendment to Saco Downtown Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District Development Program, District Number 15, and further move to approve the order regarding the First Amendment to Saco Downtown Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District Development Program, District Number 15.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilor Johnston, seconded by Councilor Doyle, to create a First Amendment to the Saco Downtown Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0. The order is now in force. Next, we have an administrative update.
I just have one item for this evening. This Thursday night, the Greater Portland Council of Governments and PACs have coordinated a sub-regional meeting to include elected officials, legislators, managers, planners, and economic development staff from Saco, Biddeford, Arundel, Old Orchard Beach, Scarborough, and the members of PAC's Transportation and Transit Committee members. They would like to meet with us to discuss and gain perspective and understanding what's happening in our state and our region in the areas of housing, transportation, and education. What are some of the important high-level trends in the region? What are those trends telling us about what will be important for our individual communities and the region as a whole? They'd like to gather community input and ideas for priority regional transportation projects that can address the area's greatest transportation needs. So PACs, that's our MPO funding from the federal government, and it's administered through that organization, the Portland Area Comprehensive Transit System, can target funding to the most beneficial transportation projects over the coming years. I know some members of council have discussed how do we help our seniors, how do we protect our seniors. This is a great opportunity to talk about both housing and transportation for that population. And finally, discuss how to combine GPCOG's advocacy work with our voices and efforts help address the regional priorities in transportation in other areas. So I encourage and hope that this council, individuals who have been involved in sort of our zoning overhaul, involved in transportation, should be at the table on Thursday here in City Hall for all of those communities at 6 p.m.
So 6 p.m., Thursday, what date?
This Thursday, February
21st.
21 February,
Councilman
Thursday,
Thorne.
21 February, at Saco City Hall Auditorium,
6 p.m.
and at 6 p.m. Thank you. Any questions associated with this from the council to my right? To my left? Thank you very much. Council comment? Anyone to my left? Well, let me quickly make a comment. I want to reinforce that the Saco River Corridor Commission is holding a public hearing at the Dayton Town Hall on March 5th. So I want a reminder to go out associated with that. Any councilors to my right? Any councilors to my left? Seeing none, we are at a point where I ask if there's a councilor who would read a motion to enter into executive session.
Be it ordered that the City Council enter into executive session pursuant to MRSA Title I, Chapter 13, Subchapter 1, Section 4056A, Union Contract Negotiations, Fire Department, A, Personnel Discussion, D, Contract Negotiations for Public Works Building, and D, Waste Collection, E, Litigation Discussion, Opioids.
Second.
So I have a motion made by Councilor Minthorn, seconded by Councilor Smart, to enter into executive session pursuant to Section 4056A, D, and E. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Motion to enter into executive session passes 6-0. We are now in executive session. Okay. Well, get through this executive session in 30 minutes. We're done by 9:30.
You don't want to win
Wishful thinking.
Yeah. closure of the Saco River? Oh,
Hello?
yes.
We're up.
I'd like to, so we're coming back into order. Let me report that Counselor Archer felt ill and has left early. I'd like to entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved?
I have a motion by Counselor Minthorn. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Counselor Smart. So a motion to come out of executive session by Counselor Minthorn, seconded by Counselor Smart. Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
And Counselor Copeland?
Yes.
And Counselor Minthorn?
Yes.
And Counselor Smart?
Yes.
And Counselor Johnston?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0. We are now out of executive session. Do we have a report from executive session?
Yes, pursuant to MRSA Title I, Chapter 13, Subchapter 1, Section 4056A, Union Contract Negotiations, Fire Department, no report, noting call firefighter situation was discussed.
Thank you.
Item A, personnel discussion, no report. Item D, contract negotiation with Public Works Building, no report. D, waste collection, no report. E, litigation discussion, opioids, no report.
Thank you very much. No report. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
So I have a motion by Counselor Minthorn, seconded by Counselor Doyle to adjourn. Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Copeland? Counselor Minthorn?
Yes.
Counselor Smart?
Yes.
And Counselor Johnston?
Yes.
I have 5-0. The motion succeeds. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, you get the 1 o'clock feeding.